Yeah, I worked out I only need 10 more wishes. Then I can do my wishing. There we go. Because there we go, yeah. Go, yeah. There. 17. So, with that being said, I need 3 wishes for 20. Here we go, yeah, by my wishes. I have 4 wishes. I need 3 to make 20. I have 4. So, you can say I need 9 more wishes. Then I will have enough, more or less, to get 75. So yeah. And how long before? And I have 6 days left. So let's we're gonna do it. So now we'll get my, so you can see the chat.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
That's me. Good. Nothing new there. So yeah. This, then there's not actually anyone that would fit, yeah. Welcome to the stream. The day I worked out that I only need 1,900 more to get 75 wishes. I have 4 wishes and 17, and I can buy 17 more wishes. So yeah, you can say I only need like 9 more wishes. Then I will have 30 wishes, and my pity is at 45. So yeah. I got
Where do you want to go next?
4 wishes
If you'd
from
like to see
offerings.
Leroy's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Fontaine doesn't have a limit to its offerings, so yeah, it goes till 50. So yeah, if I have to go and look for safe and stuff, then I can just offer, and yeah, But yeah, that would take time, and I only have 6 days. So yeah. So we have, like, we can do stuff.
Osmanthus what?
It won't give me anything. Which story should I do today? Yeah, I will be doing that also when the time comes. Then I just collect all of it and then, yeah. But yeah, I have a story quest. This one is legendary ones. Yeah, this I can't do alone because I tried and I failed horribly. So yeah, I've got 3 more. Then the hangout also gives me like 60. Yeah. I think I do this because I am here now. Oh, she's there. I did not see that coming. Yeah. Oh.
This shop looks popular today. Wonder what the occasion is.
100. I need at least 60. 50, 100. I need at least 150 of the rituals for 6 levels of Fontaine offering.
Butterfly Dew Cosmetics now on sale. Oh, Seedween's here too. Hey there, Seedween!
What's the...
Hello there, Traveler and Paimon. I hope you're keeping yourselves fit and healthy. You bet we are. So anyway, what are you doing
didn't
here,
get this
Seedween?
character last time.
The Duke
I only got
insists I
the
take
one.
regular vacations in the court of Fontaine. This one just so happened to coincide with a promotion for a new skincare product, so I came over to take a look. Wait, you write? For a magazine? It's called Beautés en Fleur, and it's run by the Fontaine Beauty Association. I've done lots of articles about skincare for them. Oh, wow! You're a Maritime Flower? If Paimon's not mistaken, you're one of the leading figures in the Fontaine Beauty Association! What's so weird about that? Everyone loves beauty! I really like this role. The staff at cosmetic shops are always so polite. And as long as I wear a big smile on my face, I always get the best customer service.
Oh, big. I thought you said fake.
Well, they sure don't want to make an enemy of the Maritime Flower.
So what got you interested in beauty? How did you become a leader in the beauties?
Obviously, it's because of Seedwing's love for beauty. Still, a leader of the Beauty Association? That's incredible. The truth is, I study this field because I cherish my own appearance. It has nothing to do with being beautiful or not. Oh, the words of a master beautician defy comprehension! Oh, wait, you're saying that natural beauty is the highest form of beauty, right? Not really. Actually, Melusine aesthetics are very different from human ones. We don't view humans based on their appearance. If I had to describe our approach, I'd say it's based on cuteness. Oh! Really? Yep. Still, I really value my current appearance, and in the process of taking care of it, I've ended up learning quite a lot about skincare and stuff. It turns out, my knowledge and experience is pretty popular with beauty product lovers. It came as a big surprise to me, though. Oh, Paimon gets it now. But speaking of your appearance, how come you look human anyway? Are you like only half Melusine? Ooh, wait, sorry. That was probably really offensive, wasn't it? No, I don't mind. I'm not mixed, though. I made a decision to turn myself into this form a very long time ago. If you're interested, I could tell you the story. A shape-shifting story? Oh, heck yeah, of course we're interested! Once upon a time... Long ago, humans rejected Melusines, and Melusines feared humans. There was one Melusine who became fascinated with human medicine, but no human wanted her help. And there was one girl who liked Melusines, so no humans would make friends with her. So, the Melusine became the girl's friend, and the girl became the Melusine's patient. Your checkup's all done. You are still in perfect health. Thank you, Dr. Melusine. In this game of doctor and patient, a friendship was born. Then, one day, the girl fell ill. The Melusine was the only doctor to arrive on time, but the adults sent her away.
Scram! Melusines can't be trusted!
So just because I'm not human, I can't save my best friend? In desperation, the Melusine approached the frightening witch. She begged and begged until she got a reply.
If you take this potion, concocted of sin, you will gain a human face and grow human limbs. But then, you will lose everything that attracted this friend of yours to you in the first place. Can you accept that?
The Melusine did not hesitate for very long. On a rainy night, a little doctor knocked on the girl's door. The doctor wore a hood and raincoat, maybe to protect her from the rain, but maybe also to hide a secret. The little doctor held the girl's hand and treated her illness, just as she had so many times before. Dawn came, and the little girl's condition improved. But the little doctor was long gone, for she knew her friend would never recognize her again.
Damn.
And so, since then, I've lived my life in human form. Most people who know me just think I was born this way. Ooh. A witch? A potion? Why does this sound like a fairy tale? Trust me, it's a true story. Must be the way you told it then. It just sounds so... yeah. Not every Melazine would take human form to save their human friend. That must have been a huge decision. Treating patients is a doctor's duty. We must always find a way, even when the going gets tough. Ugh. It's so crazy that they turned you away just because you were a Melazine. Especially when their daughter was so sick. Well, sometimes appearance can be a real barrier. But that was a long time ago. I like how I look now anyway. I'm in too! You're super cute this way.
Attention customers! Thank you all for waiting. Now, on behalf of our skincare partner, I'm delighted to announce that our exciting new product is now officially on sale!
Well, there we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, Paimon, if you want to buy any skincare products, I'll be happy to give you some suggestions. Really? Personal advice right from a leader of the Fontaine Beauty Association?
Allow me to introduce our newest skin lotion, Butterfly Dew. I'm sure many of you have already read about this product's to say that it improves skin quality is an understatement. This product gets its name from the way it transforms your skin and makes it glow anew, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis and spreading its wings for the first time. We are thrilled to have the inventor of this fantastic product with us here today. Please welcome Mr. Rawat, a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute. Now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Mr. Rawat to tell you all about what Butterfly Dew can do for you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Rawat, and I developed Butterfly Dew.
Wow, he's a researcher?
It seems that everyone... I'm well aware that researchers are generally better known for their brains than... Of course, appearance is a skin-deep way of defining... It can rob a young person of their self... But what if I told you that if our appearance prevents us, wash away moles, birthmarks, and wrinkles, and they can no longer rob us of our confidence? Replace them with luster and radiance. That is why Butterfly Dew exists. Its mission is to allow us to shed our pupae, undergo a complete metamorphosis, and embrace a new life.
Well, whether it actually works or not.
Mr. Rawat?
Of course, I tried it many times while I was testing it.
Wow, then it's sure to work.
Still, I don't expect to convince you just by blowing my own trumpet.
Oh, Paimon volunteers!
Oh! Ah, what an honor! It appears we have a giant of the Fontaine Beauty Association.
Sure.
Whoa, is that a maritime flower?
Here you go.
Well, it's very kind to the skin, and the absorption rate is high. Wow, now that's high praise.
I'll take one.
Any discounts?
All right. Well, all that remains for me to say is, Butterfly Dew is now on set.
Think we should buy a bottle too?
You're cute enough for it.
Aww, really? Well, it's still good to care for your skin though, right? And if you're worried about whether it's the right product for you, well, luckily for us, Citrin's here, so...
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you. To be honest, I was also hoping you might be able to point out some flaws in the product so I can keep improving it.
With most skincare products, the pros and cons only become apparent with long-term use. Yet, this one has instant benefits, improving skin quality without any obvious side effects. It's one of a kind. Don't worry though, I plan to keep using it, and I'll publish regular reviews in both taste...
Oh, I was hoping for a more casual conversation, but you are a beauty associate.
Citrin! Oh, Excuse us, Miss Beauty Expert.
Wait. Are you the renowned traveler?
That's right, and by her side, the equally famous Paimon.
Well, I don't normally handle customer questions personally, but since it's the traveler asking, allow. Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are, you can rest assured that it will be kind to your skin. If anything, it might be marginally more effective on Fontainian's skin, but other than that, it works the same on everyone.
Why would it work better on Fontainians?
In the interests of protecting my trade secrets, I'm afraid I can't answer.
Alright then.
Save yourself the trouble. I'd be greatly honored to have both of you use my product.
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
I can see why you might think that, but to me, finding new customers...
Admirers of physical beauty.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Miss Paimon. Most people claim to desire inner virtue, but it's still physical appearance that turns... This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become beautiful.
You're right. Everyone loves beauty, don't they?
Look at the time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Paimon, I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this product for now. Why? Is there? The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. I think I could add some ingredients to the mix to make it more effective. Really? Then why didn't you tell Rawat about that? Researchers are a very special breed of human. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone else could do a better job, if I'd mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have given you those 2 bottles for free. Fair enough, that makes sense. If you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients for you. When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier? Ooh, how can we say no? As for me, it's probably time I got back to the Fortress of... Alright, see you there then!
Damn! Why so far? This is a bit.
Right!
Welcome to the stream. 6 days left before the banner is gone. So yeah, we'll see how far we get. I think I saw a way into the place somewhere. Takes me somewhere else. The easiest way to get in is like this. Once we're in, we can get the way to go to and now we just follow the path. Wait for the elevator. Here it comes. This is wondering where the hell is the elevator? Taking its sweet time. Ik ben daar heel snel.
Whoa, the infirmary is packed.
Please, you have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Another me! He looked exactly like me.
Got it, okay. I've written down everything you told me. First, which finger am I holding up?
Your index finger, but I'm
Very good. Now, on to the next. Hey there, Your Grace. It's been...
Ah, it's you two. Indeed it has. I would offer you some tea, but I'm afraid the timing is unfortunate.
No worries, actually...
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to have seen his exact doppelganger.
A doppelganger? Doesn't that just mean someone else kinda looks like him?
And that's what I thought when the report first reached my desk. But we've inspected our records. No one even vaguely resembles him. Considering how certain he is of what he saw, I can only surmise that he's having some mental issues.
Alright, very good. Take a sip of water and rest for a bit. Evaluation complete. I couldn't find any symptoms pointing to a physical condition.
I see. So, do you still believe there's more likely to be an issue with his...
I have to assume so for now. Psychological issues are more difficult to detect. At this stage, we can at least confirm that he is in command of his cognitive faculties.
The rumor mill will go crazy if word of this gets out. Guards, take him to the ward for a period of observation. The Marechaussee Phantom has requested my cooperation on the case, otherwise I'd deal with this myself.
No problem, Your Grace. I'll add him to my observation.
By the way, we have a couple of guests here who've made the trip just to see you. I imagine it must be important. You probably won't need to add them to your observation list.
Oh, Traveler, Paimon. Hey there, Cedrine! It's
I'll be in my office if you desperately need me.
Okay, bye-bye! So, Cedrine... Would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another patient to see. Oh, sure!
Cedrine, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken a turn for the worse again.
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here. Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Cedrine. Maybe now's not the time to ask for her help with skincare. Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting to... Well, this could hurt. So I suggest you take a deep breath. Did his face melt? What happened to him?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress. But, this is gonna be awkward. We still need to bring him to the Marechaussee Phantom for quest-
The Marechaussee Phantom?
Yep, it was a huge case.
You done gawking?
Not yet. I need to check the severity of your ulcers to decide the right... Don't worry. We Melazines have a very different sense of aesthetics from humans.
Don't patronize me. Do I look like a kid to you? Just give me the meds and let me...
Hey, lose the attitude. You...
Oh, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to apply the medication now. Look how nice Cedrine's being. And he still talks to...
Can I leave now?
Wow.
Thank you, Cedrine. And I apologize for the trouble.
So, Traveler, Paimon, did you bring the ingredient? We did, but we don't want to interfere or anything. Oh, don't be silly. I agreed to it, didn't I? Take a rest here if you want. Or alternatively, is there anything we could help you with, Cedrine? That's right! Let us help you out! Good point. Kind-hearted humans start to develop guilt if they accept free help from others. Don't worry. I'll take a look at my schedule. I'm sure I can find something to treat this condition. I gotta warn you, though. It'll be tiring work. We're ready, Seedween. What's our first mission? I found the perfect job for the Traveler. First, I'd like you to lie down. What for? I need you to pretend to be sick. What? Oh, is it that difficult? I thought you did a pretty good job last time. Oh, so you knew. I sure did. She was way more interesting than the usual malingering inmates. Well, this is awkward. No time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Okay. Well, your mother has enough on her plate with a busy job. Well, the last thing she needs is to worry about you being sick as well.
I know. I shouldn't treat the place like a playground. I thought I'd be able to have some fun here at the fortress for a few days.
All right. Sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature.
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have to drink it? Can't you just write me a note saying I'm on the mend?
I sure can. You're a very brave boy.
Huh? Brave? What makes you say that?
Well, if you want to rely on your own immune system to clear up your fever, well, then you'll have to tough it out like this young lady. Hang in there, Traveler! Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you a paper bag!
Huh?
As long as you're tough enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever, you'll be right as rain after just a few days' rest.
And if I'm not tough enough?
Hey! Wake up! Put it this way. At least you'll never have to see the doctor again, right?
Boy. It's
I
drink
think
that or
maybe I'll
die.
take that medicine after.
Oh, of course. Here, it's still warm.
It's so bitter.
All done. Great job, you two. That kid really doesn't know what's good for him. His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately. But unfortunately, his father's away on a business. He was quite happy at first. He seemed to think that the Fortress of Meripede would be all fun and games. So you made us put on that act just to scare a kid into taking his medicine? It's a technique I learned from my teacher. Oh, you had a teacher? Was she... she was human. She passed away a long time ago. Oh, sorry. No, it's fine. I really liked my teacher, so it's always nice when I get to talk about her with other people. She was a traveling doctor, and since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out and visit her patients wherever they were. Dealing with the badly behaved ones was her specialty. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching when their condition gets worse. She sounds like a pretty strict teacher. Strict? Well, that's not how my teacher saw it. She thought of herself as terrifying to kids. Strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. Now Paimon's curious to know what she looked like. As it happens, I actually have a picture of her.
Yeah, that's scary.
Oh, wow, yeah, okay, that'll terrify the kids. Yeah, all the children she treated thought she was a witch. Why does it almost sound like you're envious of her? I am. If she was here, all the children would take their medicine without any need for tricks. A doctor who looks like a witch. True, they wouldn't dare try anything funny with her around. Oh, me, on the other hand, it's hopeless. Children aren't afraid of me at all. That's actually a good thing, you know? Oh, my next patient should be arriving now. Would you mind lending me a hand again?
Do I need to
Sure
ask
thing! On to the next mission! Is it nighttime already? That flew by. You really have a busy job, Seedween. Well, thanks to you two, it was much easier today. Aww. Should we get some rest? It's getting pretty late. Oh, there is one last thing. I have to keep it confidential, so I usually leave it till after everyone's clocked out. Confidential? Are you sure you can tell us? Well, it's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. All it is I have to prepare some ingredients to make healthy meals with. Wait, you mean those healthy meals? My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them, so I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the Coupon cafeteria handle the rest. Considering even the chef's version makes people uneasy, it really makes you wonder what's in it. You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion on your future travels, you can prepare a healthy meal for yourself. It's really good for you, you know. Sure? The ingredients are ready. Now, put them on the table and add them in the order I tell you. First, we add this special slime condensate. Stir it thoroughly. Yeah, really. Next up, xenochromatic crystals. Wait, are those from Fontimer Aberrants? Are you sure they're edible? Finally, we'll need some high-protein meat. Frogs are an excellent choice. And we're done. All that's left now is to pack them into lunchboxes. Yesterday in the production zone, I noticed an inmate who's been working for 2 days straight. That means it's a healthy meal for him tomorrow. Seedwing really does have the inmate's best interests at heart.
Head nurse. Got some extras for me?
Just the one today. The serial number's on the lid.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it gets delivered.
Sounds like they're talking in code. Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. I only wish I could do more.
That won't do. If you reduce your sleeping hours any further, your health will start to suffer.
All right. Nurse's orders.
Well, I'm done with work for today. Thanks for helping out, you two. Seems like the guards and staff here have a lot of respect for you, Seedween. In just one day of helping you with your work, it feels like we've done a lot for the fortress.
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late.
Okay, just relax and...
The guard at the observation ward, Odilon, he told me to pass on a message to you. One of the inmates there, the guy suffering from possible hallucinations, well, he seems to have made a sudden recovery, and now he wants to apply for permission to leave the ward.
Already? You were right to tell me. I'll have to examine him and make sure he's well before we discharge him. We've got one job as medical assistants left. We'll come with you.
Maybe Doubleganger wants to leave. Oh, this is where I should have used the elevator because now I have to wait for the elevator. Oh no. Oh, but she was using the elevator, so yeah. That makes sense.
Ah, head nurse, you're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but I believe I've now made a full recovery. After giving it some thought, I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things. It's stress-related, I imagine. I'd been working long hours, so I definitely wasn't in the best state of mind.
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an examination before I can discharge you, okay? So, take a deep breath and don't be nervous. It'll be the exact same procedure as we did this morning. We can start whenever you're ready.
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely recall anything. Would you mind taking me through it again?
See.
Oh, not at all. It's a lot to remember. First up, we have a little cognitive test. Just concentrate and you'll be fine. To start with, which finger am I holding up?
Your pinky.
Alright, all indicators seem normal. So it was a stress-induced hallucination after all? Well, we've certainly had previous cases of mental illness.
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. Thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep.
It can be difficult to relax. I suggest you take 2 days off to focus on your...
Great. I can't thank you enough, head nurse.
Mr. Odilon, could you escort him back?
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative area tonight, so nothing will go wrong. You have my word.
Guess you're finally done for the day now, huh? Yep. But I still haven't gotten around to making that improved lotion. Oh, no rush! Serious? Well, tomorrow it is then. Oh, don't you worry! We will! Yeah, sleep tight!
Okay, later.
really did sleep like a log. Let's go find Seedream. Whoa! How is the infirmary even busier than yesterday? Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. I have a few people here for a checkup, so you might need to wait for a while. No problem. Anything we can do to help? There's a bit of a complicated situation here. I'm still getting to the bottom of it myself.
You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth.
You're in a medical facility. Keep it down.
Please, listen to me. I'm not Gascon. I'm Uwe.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants. It's clear as day that you're Gascon.
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then you guys dragged me in here for an interrogation.
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an injustice, yelling isn't going to achieve anything. At most, it'll delay your vindication.
All right.
I
get it.
This is nuts. Yesterday's interrogations went fine, and now this.
Morning, Your Grace. What's going on?
Remember the case I mentioned yesterday? The one brought to me by the Marechaussee Phantom?
Huh. That's even weirder than what that guy was saying.
The thing is, none of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support their claims. Questioning them further got us nowhere, so for now, we've brought them to the infirmary.
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it got for
We've compiled their statements. Have a look. Perhaps there's something we missed.
Wait.
Release? Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appear to all be due for release today.
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little.
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumberzar, check the release list for today and make sure no one gets processed. We're gonna need an excuse, though. Just say we're out of forms, and that we're furiously printing more as we speak.
I'm on it.
It's conceivable that our group of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places with inmates who are about to be released, so they can walk out right under our noses.
We did consider that possibility. But I mean, just look at them. They match the warrants, period. How could there have been a switch?
Only if they're dead ringers for the inmates due for release, I suppose. I gave you that name list yesterday to assist in your investigation.
Ice cream.
Did that help?
Ice cream.
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the list. The first thing I did was check for lookalikes. And the only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices sound a little different today.
Oh, really? What does our head nurse make of all...
Give me a moment. I think I have a way to confirm whether there's been a switch. I know, it's not time to change your dressing yet, but please bear with me. from you. This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine.
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Putton. I'm on.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Potton's case, but how do you explain the other inmate?
No, I believe it was their faces that got switched. The method is a bit like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. Traveler, Paimon, do you remember Eric from the other day?
Yeah, sure do.
Then you can be my witnesses. To start with, please fetch the inmate who claims to be Eric.
Who claims to be Eric? How do they find Eric? Now we must look careful. What the hell? Cadê esse?
So, you're Eric?
Yes, head nurse. It's me. You do believe me.
I need to do another examination on you.
All right. It's the cognition test first, right?
Now, try to recall if you can. The last time we did this test, which finger did I hold up?
I believe it was your index finger.
But that means...
Huh?
So, basically, last night, the Eric who said he saw another him suddenly recovered and applied to leave the observation. Seedring did another test before letting him leave, but that time, she held up her pinky finger.
Huh? I don't know about any test last night. There was nothing to do in the observation ward, so I went straight to bed. I somehow woke up in a high-security cell.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for the strange events of the past 2 days.
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose terms were almost up, and planned to switch appearances with them. Last night, when Odilon was on duty, they ambushed him and had one of their groups switch appearances with him using their face-swapping method. That allowed them to avoid scrutiny from the other guards. Then, once all the other inmates were asleep, Odilon spent his night shift carrying out the remainder of their switcheroo plan. However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up being spotted by the real Eric. Real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now, so we put it down to hallucination and sent him to the observation ward. However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed real Eric's appearance and had their Eric take his place, muddying the waters even further.
Right, because I put Eric on the observation list by then, and no inmates on that list can be processed for departure until I've discharged them.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get fake Eric off the list.
Yeah, it all makes sense now! The Duke cracked the case!
Well, I can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we ruled out the possibility of face switching very early on in this process.
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the Malazines and the Marechaussee Phantom is to identify criminals in disguise. We carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence that any means of disguise were used in this case.
Huh. Well then, how do we explain?
So far, it seems more likely that the gang stole documentation belonging to the inmates due for release.
Actually, there is a potion that can completely change someone's appearance.
A shape-shifting potion?
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Yes, I am.
But...
Please, trust me in my professional opinion as...
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. If we can round up all the inmates suspected of switching places, then have a little talk with both sides, we might just get our Yep. Let's do that.
Okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we...
Your Grace, bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. A bunch of people already got processed. I checked the list, and sure enough, it's all the people who gave statements.
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogation speak.
So there really was a switch after all.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave now, right?
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the...
Yikes! So we're at a complete dead end!
Well, technically there is one more lead we could follow up on. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research...
Oh? Rawat? Isn't that the handsome guy we met at that skincare promotion?
Handsome? Maybe from a human point of view. I just remember that he specialized in potions. One of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appear to have stolen technology he developed through his research. At first, thanks to his report, we were able to swoop in and arrest them all in one go.
I think he's into it. He's one of the
What a
criminals.
hero!
No doubt. This is worth following up on. As the one who snitched on them, it's highly likely that Rawat will be targeted by the escapees. That aside, since he's negotiated with them in person before, there's a chance he'll have some additional information for us.
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime, please keep an eye on the face switch victims for us.
Of course.
Miss Morgan, I'd like to come along and help you catch these criminals.
Huh?
Well, I'm the one who discharged the fake Eric last night, so I feel partly responsible.
Don't say that, head nurse. Your focus was on the inmate's health. Look, head nurse, I completely understand where you're coming from.
Don't worry, I can defend myself just...
You say that.
If I may, Miss Morgan, Sigewinne is the one who raised the potion hypothesis, and I'm sure she has far more expertise on the topic than your team. My suggestion would be to bring her with you. And if you really are worried for her safety, then...
A traveler.
Ah, there you go, right on cue. Knew I could count on you.
Okay. Well...
This is why always good to open the whole waypoint, because then you don't have to walk so far.
Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid we're here on urgent business. And we're gonna need you to cooperate.
The Marechaussee Phantom. Let me guess, you're investigating some more illegal research?
Not this time, no. We're looking for a researcher. Do you know where we might find Mr. Rawat?
Rawat. Oh yeah, Mr. Handsome, right? He actually doesn't work on site here very often. There's a handful of researchers in the nearby area who know him pretty well, though. You can see what they know.
Just a handful? Paimon figured he'd be the most popular guy around.
Well, I guess you could say he's popular, at least on a superficial level. He's blessed with good looks, but in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute, I don't think he's ever had a single deep conversation about his research.
didn't come across like a recluse at that product promotion.
Oh, I don't find that weird at all. He definitely didn't strike me as the kind of guy who's, good at making friends.
Really? Paimon couldn't tell.
Okay, we should talk with his acquaintances. But we also need to check the Research Institute for any clues.
Sure thing. We'll go ask around among the other... Sorry to bother you, sir, but are you Bertram?
Who's asking?
Just some concerned citizens helping out the Marechaussee Phantom with an investigation. We'd like to ask you about Rawat's whereabouts, if that's okay. We're told the two of you are pretty close.
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out we don't see eye to eye.
Oh yeah? What happened?
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of higher purpose. But not Rawat. All he cared about was how to commercialize his findings. He won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has better control over who gets which intellectual property rights. How are you supposed to get any meaningful research done working with a guy like that? Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with him anymore.
So that's what Rawat is really like.
We'd still like to know where to find him. Is that something you can help us with?
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head nurse at the Fortress of Meropide. Alright, then I'm happy to help you if I can. I respect the work you do. Medicine serves the highest purpose of all the sciences.
Wow, turns out Sejuin's got some real clout.
Thing is, I have no real way of knowing where he might be. I stopped working with him 2 months ago, and I've barely seen him since. But if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few he meets with every other day or so.
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in some shady business together, because it seemed like they went out of their way to avoid discussing anything in my presence. The little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs. Like I said...
Drugs? Doesn't he work with skincare products?
Who knows? I never cared to find out.
Thank you.
Welcome. Goodbye, and may we both reach new heights in our...
New heights in our study.
Excuse us, are you Audrey?
That's me. What is it?
Are you close friends with Rawat? We're trying to find out where he is.
Close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I'm the first or last at the Institute to make that mistake. Why would you single me out as a close friend? I should have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded by fawning women. They're not interested in a serious relationship.
Okay. We were just kind of wondering if you might know where we can find him.
Why would I know where he's at? I barely know him, and he probably doesn't even remember me.
Ugh, this is getting annoying. Shall we go ask someone else?
I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. If we leave now, it might be a wasted opportunity.
Maybe, but we're not going to get much out of her while she's in this state, are we?
She's displaying symptoms common among people in love, if that's what you mean. But I know a cure.
It's curable?
Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point, he could be in grave danger.
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marechaussee Phantom said that he's been targeted by some pretty bad people. We need to make sure he's safe.
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine when I last saw him, and that was only a couple of days ago. Just happened to run into him, of course.
Oh, I see. Well, do you have any thoughts on where he might be right now?
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. If he's not at the Institute, he might be at his mother's place. I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to illness. He makes regular trips back home to check on her.
Oh, okay. Do you know the address?
Nope, sorry. I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. I was just trying to find out more about him, you know, so I could get to know him better. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like, fine, I can take no for an answer, but what's with the temper tantrum? Unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charming, well-groomed exterior. They can't stand it when a few home truths shine through.
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring up again.
We need to find out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marechaussee officers when we regroup.
Cool, sounds like a plan. Hey there, are you in Teep?
What do you want?
We're here to ask about Rawat. Any idea where he might be? We were told you were pretty close with him.
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use. He wouldn't even let me use his patent.
Huh?
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's at.
Would the patent in question happen to be related to the new skincare product?
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly dew, or whatever he calls it. I heard he made a tidy sum off of that one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Keep going.
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why he wouldn't be interested in having anything to do with them. But I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our areas of research. Why would he refuse to work with me? I bought his product once, and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings, too. If it worked out, I could probably make as much as he's making. Don't get me wrong, I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his findings in my own research. Followed the proper procedure. It was all above board. I would have had to pay him a license fee and everything. But despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's like he's vehemently opposed to the idea of anyone else making the kind of money he does.
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial, or is this guy just jealous? Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any info about Rawat's whereabouts from him. Let's go!
Wait, 1 second. Mr. Antibes, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep in water, then drink. It'll help calm your mood.
Huh? Yeah. Thanks.
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point.
Just wanna blow my nose. There we go. Now that thing when you eat curry, your nose runs.
You know,
Yeah.
Paimon started out thinking Rawat was a handsome researcher with a friendly and cheerful personality. It's such a surprise to learn that his peers have a different impression of him.
So, what's your view of him now, Paimon?
A handsome researcher whose difficult upbringing turned him into a profit chaser with a chip on his shoulder?
So your thoughts about his appearance haven't changed at all?
Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How did such a handsome guy end up being so antisocial? Even with his difficult family background, it just doesn't make any sense.
You can't judge a person solely based on their appearance.
Head nurse. Traveler. I assume you've spoken with the researcher.
Bertram mentioned Rawat's involvement with some pharmaceutical. Since he was a... how strange. Maybe he and his business partners...
You think he may have colluded with the gang?
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though? He was the one who...
Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets. Grown-ups and children aren't so different in that regard.
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with criminals. Perhaps it's more likely that they were coercing him. You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking for academic support, luring him in with the promise of riches. By the time he discovered who they really were, he was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them. I've seen it happen many times before.
That does make a lot of sense. No wonder he's so unsociable. He must be on edge all the time with the gang.
In that case, if Rawat was working with the escaped inmate...
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago.
2 days ago? So he...
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too.
Don't worry, everyone. I believe we still have a chance.
Yeah, he must have been...
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible.
Yep.
She does have
When you
a...
register a brand, the Court of Fontaine
Cool
requires...
Okay.
Where's his hell's at? Damn, man. That's far. Where's his at? Yo. Yeah, we got it this way and then we can walk that piece. What did the mark here before? Oh. Yeah, that's why I marked it. Yeah, so the new data is the same. Who wants a bite? Oh. Go. Sometimes this is the
Alright, this should be the house. I'm pretty sure this was the address.
Okay, I'll knock.
Sounds like whoever's inside has restricted mobility. Oh, it seems serious. Break the door down?
No, I'll handle it. Let the expert deal with it. Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength. And... it's open!
Seath, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler, head nurse, and I will go inside.
Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady. That's gotta be
We could try, but she is very ill.
Well, doesn't look like Rawat's here.
Yep. Hello, ma'am. Might I ask if you're Rawat's mother? Hard of hearing, perhaps. Does anyone have a picture of Rawat?
I have one here.
I'd like to show you a photo, ma'am. Is this your son? Do you know?
Looks like this isn't gonna work out.
Well?
Is it possible he could have avoided returning here because he knew he'd be in danger?
Maybe.
Yes, so.
I suggest we all return there now.
Sorry, officer, but could I stay here for a while? This patient requires some care.
Of course. Traveler, stay with the head nurse.
Also, I'd like some Marechaussee members to stay as well.
Why's that?
If Rawat knows how serious his mother's condition is, he will return.
Got it.
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Paimon.
No problem. But...
yes, she's barely clinging on to life.
Oh.
Let me take care of a few things first. Could you pass me the towel over there?
Yeah, of course.
I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicine.
Seedring. Paimon bets being a nurse must be pretty tough at times like...
Yes. It makes me a little sad. In Amelizine's eyes, a human's birth, aging, sickness, and death are as much a part of natural law as sunrise and sun. But human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, it is a science of miracles. That is why I became fascinated with it in the first place. But it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized miracles don't always happen. Even the greatest doctors cannot cure all diseases.
Seedring.
Well, don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all diseases, but to treat whatever ailment. At the very least, I can lower her fever. That way she'll suffer less, and she might even be able to see her son.
Yeah. All the more...
Oh, her fever is getting worse. Could I get some hot water?
Sure, we're on the case.
Where am I supposed to get water? Especially hot water. Oh. Oh.
Found the hot water? Sure did. And look what else we found. Judging by this journal, it seems like Rawat has a private lab. There's a... Oh, that's great. The wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection. Are you feeling better now? It's all right. Thank you.
Sometimes it's forward, then you know you might get a chest by picking them all. And they are in a square. Oh. So now if I unlocked this one, then I could have this guy down. I really need to empty out my tank. Now let me quickly do that before, yeah, I go swimming. I'll be back.
Stabilize!
Officer Morgan! They're already here!
We came as soon as we heard the news.
Don't blame yourself.
There's a mechanical door over here!
It's open. Let's go in.
Let's go in. See, she has a good power, but it's a bow and arrow. That's why I don't take her. That thing yells you. But yeah, I just don't like the bow and arrows. Oh, yeah. That's the reason why.
How did they get in here? Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
So they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape!
Fury!
Yeah!
I'm picking up my...
This is where you fall. Transfixed!
Yeah, incoming! Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Got lucky that time.
That wasn't very nice.
Freeze!
I'm on.
Jab
I'm on.
cross! Is that tingle?
Don't blink.
Replace my hammer.
Incoming.
Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for.
Ah, so these guys...
The Marashose Phantom! How did they find this place?
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress.
That's right, I'm on your side. I mean, the Duke sent me. What's the matter?
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop all field work until you've recovered?
Ah, well, you know, gotta help His Grace out.
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no recent health issues.
What? But I...
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method. Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're not back soon, call for
Got it.
Our special power I like this. They could have given her a sword. Actually, I would like them more. It's only the bone arrow I don't like, but the rest. Cool. It looks like I have to go down. If we go down, it just restarts. So yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Don't slip and fall.
We already slipped and fall. Let's check if there's any saves. You don't know any. So you never know.
So many jars. Was this some sort of production facility?
This scent. It's probably the ingredients used to make butterfly dew.
Butterfly dew.
How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult to reach given our suspicion that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade? I would have thought that any...
Perhaps butterfly dew is itself an illegal drug.
Do you have any evidence for that claim?
No, just a guess. We need to find Rawat as soon...
Understood.
Just check if there's any saves. You never know.
Doesn't look like we're gonna get this door open. Let's find another way around. Phew. This one's closed too. What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try.
Let's do... Very good, sir. Very good. Oh man.
Don't slip and fall.
How to get inside? Save. I put a save. It's innocent.
Don't slip and fall.
Why, oh why, oh why? I want to save all the oh man. So what? No, I can't go inside there. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's a save. Let me show you what
You
it
might
does.
feel a little sick.
Speed of light. Haste! With sword comes shadow. Incoming.
Let's see. Furina, so we have to go. Then oh. It's Furina no clockwise and anti-clockwise.
This room's much smaller than the others.
Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a potion-making lab.
Head nurse, over here.
Let's see. Huh?
Perhaps they stripped him down, left the clothes behind, and disposed of him somewhere else?
Yikes, Seedween!
Oh, what a tragic way to go.
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan.
Iron. You always need iron. There's always someone who needs something. Ah, there's my chest. Jolly good, sir. Jolly good.
There's a whole bunch of people in...
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before.
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it? You'd have...
You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there after you just...
Partners? You hid things from me
Oh, and you didn't...
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. What's the plan, Parton?
There is no plan. We followed him here. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again solves nothing.
I said enough arguing!
Are you kidding me? This stuff was...
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me first.
Okay, now we're talking.
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of... What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves.
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the fortress of Meripede?
Well then, say hello to never showing your marred faces in public again.
Ugh, I've heard enough!
Freeze! Marshall, say Phantom!
What? Who let them in?
Officer Morgan, before anything else, please find out Rawat's status.
Rawat?
I don't see him.
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You...
Putton?
Arrest them all! Don't let...
Let's blow bubbles!
Don't blink! Hey! Nowhere to hide. Incoming! Cut to the chase! Speed of light! Hey!
Floaty floaty! Don't be nervous! Just relax!
Everlasting as the moon! Overruled! Go on!
With sword from shadow. Incoming!
This is order.
Don't look! Hey!
Gotta say, I never expected to see the head nurse in combat.
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment plan. Did we get everyone?
Captain, we finished the head count. Potten's missing.
Over there! The door's closed!
One group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta kill two birds with one stone.
How did he get...
Don't waste your energy.
How not...
Well then, you'd better hope they get here in time.
There's some kind of gas leaking from the pipes.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source. The pipe network here was designed to emit a gas for firefighting. One little...
Why would you do this?
Oh, please. If they can't...
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way...
Go ahead. Struggle in vain. Once...
Are you sure you're...
You can't cure my fate.
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians can no longer dissolve in primordial seawater.
What the...
The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique elements in it. Before the flood, all Fontanians were oceanids, physiologically speaking. A potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian in much the same way as hydroidolins change form. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wished. But since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer provide the source material for this potion, nor reap its benefit.
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians dissolved with primordials?
How could you know all of this?
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of. The air's getting thicker.
I might get to make a deal today after all.
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished product. I have a bottle of it right here.
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friends gather some other ingredients from... I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your joint research?
Huh. Impressive guesswork. But it only contains a tiny amount of the active ingredient. The effect is minuscule compared...
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the fluid it is derived from.
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out. First, you need to combine tainted hydrophantasm tissue with transoceanic pearls at a ratio of around 3 to...
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls.
So, can we make a deal?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window. Drop the potion in, and I'll release you all.
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open the sluice gate first, then I'll hand you the potion.
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face. I'm not closing the valve this.
Fine, then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison, I'll drop it and it'll be destroyed.
No.
It's open!
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it! Don't let it close again!
That's more like it.
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave, now!
There's something on top. Oh.
That was too close. That button is a real nasty piece of...
Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little will help relieve the soreness. Same goes for you, Traveler. Oh, but Paimon, you should be fine, right?
Flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Anyway, that's not important right now. Paimon's still...
Shame I ended up giving the improved version of Potten after finally making it for you. I'll make you some more, I promise.
No, please don't. Paimon doesn't want to use that stuff anymore. Still, it was a pretty good job that Paimon wanted to buy some in the first place, huh? It ended up saving everyone's lives. That's gotta count for something. Yeah, Paimon was just kidding.
Head nurse, I've done a final head count of our team and the criminals. Everyone's here and doing fine. We're ready to escort the fugitives back to the... It's a shame that we didn't find Rawat. At this point, I'm afraid he's probably deceased.
What a horrible bunch.
No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me.
What? Then why did you give him the
If this is true, I must concur. Sorry to be blunt, but I think you made a bad decision by... If he changes his appearance and flees...
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely so we could be sure where he'll go next.
What do you mean?
We gotta hurry. She won't last much longer.
He's going to his grandmother, or to his mother's house. I wanted to get so far from that. What's this? Yeah, I would like use it now. I just got 6 here, but the other expiring date, so yeah. I got 16. Nice.
Don't move a muscle. I might be short, but I pack a mean punch. Captain, you're just in time. While I was lying in wait, I spotted this crook snooping around, trying to find a way in.
Whoa. His face.
Are you... Potten?
What?
This is how Potten looked before his face was marred.
I see. Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? Why would he—
Enough of this nonsense. Let me in.
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there who's very—
To heck with it. Listen to me. I'm Rawat. That's my mother in there.
He's gotta be lying, right?
Forced against his will. Back when I was being coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became— amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us the speech.
You want an explanation? Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just Potton, the whole world treated me with contempt.
Ew. What do you want? Get away from me.
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like much of a researcher to me.
My peers scorned me.
Mr. Potton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment opportunities.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some Marechaussee Phantom officers. So I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest.
There was no way out for me. Until I could stop being Potton.
Mr. Rawat, I
became popular with women.
This new potion you developed is fascinating. Genius, in fact. Would you consider working with me?
My peers looked up to me.
Okay, I'm very interested in your research, sir. You must no doubt have offers from countless investors.
And the villains even began to fear me. Becoming Rawat showed me what a superficial world we live in. But I did not hold a grudge. After all, this superficiality could be made, or so I thought. But alas, the world seemed bent on finding a reason. Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Who are you?
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother. Then, when I became a rising star in the Fontaine Research Institute, I was unrecognizable to her.
I have to let her see me again. Even if it means donning my own wretched, ugly face. Well, is that enough explaining for you? Now do you—
Have you ever considered if you'll even be able to look your mother in the eyes? You found a way to completely change your identity. You could easily have escaped from them. But no.
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business?
So you kept being a villain just for the money?
Villain? By what standard? Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a— You have no right to judge me! You're all just fake—
You're a villain to the core!
Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face either.
Don't humor me.
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if you're asking when I started suspecting you, it was the first time you came to see me at the infirmary. I had to confirm my suspicions. That's why I chose to join this investigation.
Are you kidding me? A young, promising researcher and a wretched criminal? What on earth gave you the idea that they could—
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are very powerful. Even as a Melazine, I couldn't see through the disguise. But I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities that do not change with their appearance.
Fundamental qualities, huh? So you think you're the one who's seen through me, do you? Most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melazine constitutions are very close to that of water, so it stands to reason that the potion should work on them too. You use it yourself, didn't you?
Seedream?
Yes, you're right.
I'll bet it was back in the days when Melazines were discriminated. It was either carry on living in the gutters as part of an alien race cast out by humanity, or become the head nurse of the fortress. So you see, you and I...
That's not important right now. You came here to see your mother, didn't you? Well, I can grant you your wish.
Huh?
A head nurse. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Don't worry. Back in the warehouse when I traded the potion for our lives, I was doing it to test him. He was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could see his mother again. If nothing else, his concern for his mother is genuine.
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother one last...
All right. I under...
Oh, he's not even talking now. The whole time he was talking, now when it's by his mother, he doesn't talk. Like, seriously.
Mom, what's wrong?
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. I examined your mother last time we were here.
What?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you. But there are always other ways to remind our loved ones who we are. Wouldn't you say?
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. It's me, your son, Patton. If you really can't see my face, then here, take my hand. Tell me you feel your son's hand. I've done so much to get to this point. Please, you have to recognize me. No.
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all.
It's you. Thank you.
Of course.
Mom, why will you answer her and not me? Why?
No more questions, Patton. She's gone.
Mom?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this, Patton, but you and I are not the same.
wait is over, everyone! The sale of our new skincare product, Romaritime Essence, will now begin.
Another skincare promotion! Oh, Seedream's here too! Hey, Seedream! Oh, Traveler Paimon, hello! Oh, I hope you two got a good rest yesterday after all your hard work.
Of course! Nurse's orders, right? Anyway, are you here to take notes for your next article?
Actually, I'm mostly here to help Officer Morgan wrap up yesterday's case.
Ah, that reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like crazy, didn't it?
Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, Butterfly Dew is an excellent skincare product that's completely safe to use. Besides, officers have already retrieved all Butterfly Dew purchased on the market. Now it's just a matter of disposal. After consulting Monsieur Nervulette, I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects, so it'll evaporate naturally without polluting water or soil.
Wow, it's Seedream to the rescue again!
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse. All the butterfly...
Great! Good job!
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, Potten's records. Anyway, I have them with me. Here. After he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no resistance during the interrogation, and answered all our questions. We learned a lot. Apparently, the formula was something he discovered by chance while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, he came up with the idea to dilute it and use the resulting substance as a skincare product. Their supplier was Vache, but you could also argue that they were the ones doing him a favor. His operation helped Vache's gang dispose of an enormous amount of evidence. It made for a seamless collaboration. One man's trash was another man's treasure, and there were no loose ends. It's no wonder we never noticed what Potten's gang was up to.
Vache again, huh? Is there still no end to the harm he caused?
Make no mistake, the crimes of Vache and his accomplices will come to an end. It's only a matter of time. Since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced to resort to riskier methods, like using their private reserve to attack people on the street. After receiving numerous reports, we were able to zero in on the gang and eventually round them up.
That sounds more like it.
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner, even though he made a point of distancing himself from the gang while disguised as Rawat. He tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into Potten and see his mother one last time. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potten had been missing for a long time, we were very much still on the lookout for him. So the moment he appeared in public after changing back to his original appearance, we caught him.
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him again. But in the end...
Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as Rawat on his mother's treatment.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion was not personal greed, but a desire to become somebody who had the power to save her. Even so, he went too far. In the end, he got what he deserved.
I understand. Thank you for bringing me these records.
Why did you want them anyway?
Potten was one of my patients, so I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher always stressed that a person's life experience...
Why are you still treating him like your patient?
Well, that may be true, but a patient is a patient, regardless of the choices that bring them to my care.
One last thing, head nurse. Please keep everything you know about this potion a secret. It would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of its existence.
Of course. Not to worry.
Thank you for understanding. I'll take my leave then.
So
So, Siegween, did you really use that potion yourself?
Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about it. It was quite a while ago now.
You mean that story about the witch and the potion? So it was really, actually, genuinely a true story?
Yes, it really...
But...
I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering everything we've been through together, I know I can trust you with them. Before I tell you though, could you follow me somewhere? I want to pay my respects to an old friend.
Of course! Neuvillette and Risley, they're here.
Good to see you, traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been going well for you.
Big news, everyone. The Udex is out of his office on important business.
Hmm? Is that genuinely something people would consider big news?
Why wouldn't they? Important business is a big deal.
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about requires emotional support, being there for them at the right time and place is up. After reading the Maréchal Phantom's reports, I had a feeling a trip here might be in order.
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Neuvillette shows that he cares. We're both here for the same purpose, actually. To accompany Siegween as she pays her respects to her late teacher.
So the old friend she mentioned was... Oh, sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude.
I doubt she considers that title.
Indeed. In fact, I believe in those days, many people harbored prejudices against Melusine.
Wow, it's really...
Younger colleague. Siegween served a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago. And after she did her time, she decided to stick around. She's been an integral part of our administration ever since. Strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the fortress, myself included. Pretty sure that makes me the younger colleague.
She served a sentence?
I did lose my 50-50.
Yes.
The first time when it came out,
there was an ancient law in
I
Fontaine
did to
that
wish,
prohibited
I
any
did
attempt
to
to transform another species into a
wish
human.
honor, and like I got.
Initially, I and most researchers
The
believed
look.
this law to have been imposed
So
due to
yeah,
ethical
this
concerns.
will be my second
But
time
now,
trying.
it seems more likely that the
I
law was
need
nothing
10
more
more
than an
wishes
insurance
to
policy,
now
a way for
75.
Egeria.
Ignorance is bliss.
Siegween had her reasons for...
Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened?
Certainly. Siegween does not object to her close friends learning about her history. In fact, I first learned of it myself
But yeah, I did
Even
try.
with their daughter so ill, they
I
kicked
did
you out.
try getting it first when
Stubborn
it
as
came out,
always.
but yeah,
And prejudice isn't a disease
I
I
only
can
have
cure
10 more
either.
wishes to get, and then I can. Because I have 6 more days before it's
Shame
gone.
that I don't have the
So,
energy to get over there.
I'm kind of waiting till like
Laughable, you old witch.
till
You want
one
to save
day
everyone
left.
in Fontaine, but you can't
Then
even
I
save the
will
patient
do wishes
before you.
and see if I can get there.
Master, what are you?
I discovered a strange disease, one I suspect that every Fontanian suffers from. But without witnesses or proof, no one will believe me. I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure, but I hit a wall. And as you can see, it took a wretched toll on me.
Then I'll find a cure for you, and then you can go cure her.
There's no need. I am beyond saving now. There's nothing you can do.
But, Master...
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to treat whatever ailments they can.
I know, but they don't trust me at all.
That girl. She's your first ever patient, isn't she? Tell me, what cost are you willing to bear to see her cured?
I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means breaking the law and being punished for it?
As long as I don't hurt anyone. Yes.
Spoken like a true student of mine. Then I shall make one more final gamble. And see my experiment through to its end. Leave me for now, and come back in 2 hours. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way to save all Fontanians, and I shall be able to help you treat that girl. If not, then it means there is one more disease in this world that I cannot treat. In that case, do not come looking for me. I will leave you a parting gift. An accidental discovery happened upon through my study of this strange disease. It has little use, but it will at least help you cure this one patient you can reach.
When Sigewinne returned, the miracle had not occurred. She found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gained her current form, breaking Fontaine's law in the process. And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events, I gave my verdict.
So that's what happened.
I fear Sigewinne only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of Fontanians was uncovered. When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As I use the law to uphold justice, there are times when I cannot help but acknowledge its ruthlessness. After the final details of the events surrounding Sigewinne's transformation came to light, I checked several sources and, thankfully, the legal code does not require Sigewinne to shoulder any additional punishment.
Wonder how she feels about all this.
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with you, no?
You're here. The old friend I mentioned was my teacher. When she passed, her body was nowhere to be found. All that's left of her is an empty tomb. And even that's deep underwater now.
Sigewinne, the witch who gave you the magic potion, she was your teacher, wasn't she?
Sounds sounds like Monsieur Neuvillette filled you in. After learning the truth, it must have been hard to process, huh? Well, to be honest, after I realized what really happened that night, my first thought was that it kind of made sense. It seemed exactly like the sort of thing she would do. But she was planning to sacrifice herself and never told you. That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine, then that's what she'd do.
That's odd. Oh.
Alright, but why did you turn yourself in?
I see.
I broke the law, simple as that. My teacher made her choice, and I made mine. True. It's just the way Patton framed it when he was asking you all those questions, it made Paimon really mad. You're not like him at all, and everything Neuvillette said confirms that. And yet, you were still convicted and thrown in prison. It just... Yep. Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time, I'm not sure I would have been able to stay strong when he was questioning me. What makes you say that? I knew you'd be curious. Let me tell you a story.
Another story.
The verdict came down. This Melusine is guilty. Deudex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melusine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment. She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived, an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melusine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melusine?
Because I look like a human?
It's been 50 years, Sijuin, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years. I still remember, you know. It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melusine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melusine? I remember the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable. And you know what? It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Sijuin.
No, that is cute.
These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melusines. And I think that it's all because of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say this until now, but thank you, Dr. Melusine.
Now that's an ending Paimon can get behind. After hearing everything Patton said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who he looked like on the outside. But it was too late. The warmth in his palm had already disappeared. I tried to treat him, but the roots of his problem had nothing to do with his face. I understand. Thanks, you two. I appreciate you being here for me while I talk this through. Oh, it's nothing. Our pleasure. Oh, there's one more reason I invited you here. It's about time I finally give you what I promised. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission to make a few bottles of that potion. And I made one extra just for you two.
We don't need it though.
Well, even if you chose to destroy it, I still thought I should give it to you first.
Well, fair enough, but anyway, Paimon's definitely not interested in this stuff any- Still, if this is the very last bottle in all of Tevat, getting rid of it would feel like kind of a waste. Melazine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So that means the potion should have a permanent effect on you. After all, from a Melazine point of view, Paimon bets Melazine...
Paimon, after everything, do you really think it matters whether I'm Melazine or a human?
Well... What was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long time ago! Yeah, let's just destroy this thing.
Leave it to me.
All done. I have like 2 more story quests. And I just get my daily reward. Hey yo. Thank you. So going to Add.
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Let's do this one. Why not?
Well, if it isn't my dear partners.
That voice! It's Navia!
I didn't expect to run into you guys here today. Are you headed somewhere?
How about you, Navia? Are you still busy rebuilding Poisson?
Hold on, I got a message.
We've wrapped up most of the rebuilding, but there are still a few things left to take care of. Stocking up on materials, confirming construction timelines, discussing compensation terms with families affected by the disaster. Between all of that, I've been making a lot of trips between the court and Poisson. Well, though the victims have received relief payments from the court, in my opinion, as the administrators of Poisson, Spina di Rosula should take some responsibility as well. Our financial situation right now isn't the best, so all we've been doing is signing agreements for the damages to be repaid at a later date. Though just pieces of paper now, they demonstrate our commitment. They're necessary to restore the people's faith in us.
Oh, spoken like a true president. You're a really responsible leader. That must be taking up most of your time though, right?
Oh, you bet. Between that and all the other errands I have to run at the court, I'm always forgetting one thing or another. So before I came over this time, I took a page from Melusa's book and decided to make a list of everything. This way, it's easy to see which tasks you haven't checked off. And then, since Melus loved using shorthand, I decided to also follow his example and come up with some shorthand of my own. But after running a few errands in the city, I'm kind of struggling to even read my own handwriting anymore.
That does sound like you, alright. So what kind of shorthand did you use?
Oh, wanna take a look?
Let Paimon see! Wait! There's nothing here but a bunch of weird symbols. This looks like a piece of kelp wrapped around a stick. And this other one, is it supposed to be a boar in a box?
The first one has to do with confirming the final payment amount for the fishermen, while the second one is a reminder to try the new burger that just hit the market.
Okay, Paimon can definitely see how you might forget what each of these mean.
Maybe use standard for next time. Maybe just write out each item next time.
Thank you for your advice. These are the kinds of things you only really figure out once you've tried them out yourself. I thought that as long as I understood my shorthand when I—
Well, now you know for next time.
Anyway, I should have already taken care of most of the things on the list. Worst comes to worst, I'll just make another trip.
Ah, so you're going to head back now?
Yep, that's the plan. You said you don't have any plan.
It's a bit sudden.
Then let's go.
Oh, you mean—
Oh, sorry. I meant our own boat. All right, follow me.
She's got her own boat. That doesn't surprise me.
So, Paimon has always wanted to ask. The 3 Aquabus lines are all named after people in your family, right?
Yeah, that's right. Callus and Navia are self-explanatory, while Clementine was the name that my mother went by.
If you provided the Mora to build the lines, then why isn't there even a dedicated line to Poisson? Spina di Rosula built all the lines, yet you still have to take a special boat just to go home. Paimon doesn't get it.
Well, what I heard is that most of our businesses don't actually use Poisson as a hub, so there was no real reason to build a line straight to Poisson. You are right that it is a bit strange, though. If you've already committed to build 3 lines, why not just add a 4th?
Yeah, that's what Paimon's saying. The Aquabus is so convenient, it's really a huge change.
Well, it is what it is. You know what my father was like. Even I often struggled to figure out what was going on in his head. But that would only be the case if he cared about what others thought. From what I've heard, the rights of all the other members of the Spina only went as far as giving him advice or suggestions, and no farther.
Huh. Well, that explains why you weren't on the greatest of terms with him.
Yeah, because I wouldn't just let him keep getting his way. He was just... not very agreeable.
Boss, the boat's ready. We can head out.
All right, then let's head out.
Me too. I hope I get it too. Just need 10 more. And then I'm going to try getting
It'll
it
be a while
because
before we get to
75
Poisson.
is 50%.
Let's keep talking.
So, yeah.
Navia, what was your mother like as a person?
Well, maybe I should wait for 80.
Oh, Paimon's sorry. She totally forgot that you mentioned before that she passed away during childbirth, so you probably don't remember her at all.
That's all right. I've heard many stories about her from the rest of the Spina. While my papa was stiff like a board, my mother was supposedly super cheerful and funny. Their complementary personalities allowed them to make up for each other's flaws. My father would run the businesses and expand our reach, while my mother would keep the peace and make sure that everyone was happy. Their work made sure that the Spina could grow and thrive.
Sounds like they were not just a well-matched couple, but fantastic business partners as well.
Yeah, but those are just stories and anecdotes after all. It's hard for me to piece together a more complete or intimate picture of her. But sometimes, I'd still look at the Clementine line and wonder, would the Spina and Poisson still be what they are today had my mother survived? Silver once said that a name is a kind of inscription, a way to etch a memory into the world. When given a name, a cold, inanimate object can gain a completely new meaning. So, I will always associate the line with her in my heart. Over the past few weeks, I've also begun to appreciate how water can take in and hold our most intense feelings and memories, as well as how one may reflect on their past by watching the sea. I've lost many beloved people and memories to the sea. Even the fact won't change that they existed in my life and gave me the reason and motivation to move forward. Always. But no matter what, we can't change the past. But I tell myself that I need to keep looking towards the future. Everyone, even my parents, have already overcome so many obstacles. Besides, I'm the president of Spina di Rosula. I've got to keep my chin up.
Navia, do you think she's doing all right? Okay, Paimon supposes you're right. She's really been through a lot. It couldn't have been easy shouldering so much by herself.
Boss, you're back! Traveler in Paimon, welcome back to Poisson.
Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you again, Florent. Is it your turn to take care of Navia now?
Hey, I can totally take care of myself. For the time being, I'll go around without any attendance. We did hand over some of Meluse's old responsibilities to Florent, though.
Thank you for the compliment, boss. As you see, I've been working closely with the boss on rebuilding Poisson. Mr. Meluse was an extremely capable and respected member of the Spina. I've got some really big shoes to fill.
All right. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone's practically old friends by now. Were you waiting here for me?
Yeah, we contacted a sculptor about the job, but they can't get started on sourcing a correctly sized block without knowing the design that we want to use.
You're commissioning a statue?
So basically, we've been meaning to commission a statue of my parents in commemoration of everything they've done for the Spina and the town of Poisson. But since my father was known as Callous the Unfaithful for the longest time, it would have been too controversial to commission a statue of him. But now that his name has been cleared, and the town is also being rebuilt, I thought this would be the perfect chance to actually realize this dream.
The funds to build the statue were freely donated by the people of Poisson to show their appreciation for—
Me? I'm just the newbie president that's running around and causing everyone trouble. Maybe we can have this conversation again in a few decades, once I've done more for the town and the people.
Hey, there's no need to be so humble.
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe that Boss should have a place on the statue.
Hey, if you keep inflating my ego like this, I might just float off into the sky with my parasol. Just kidding. There's no way that I'd accept that kind of compliment at face value. At a minimum, I'd have to match what my father did for the people. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I just don't think I'm ready yet. Anyway, Florent, now it's up to us to confirm the final design, right?
Mm-hmm. We can ask the sculptor to start looking for a good block once we've decided, but we haven't had any real discussions yet on the possible designs. I feel like I should get a few promising designs first, and then send them over to you to review.
There's no need for all that. Let's decide on a design right now. Hey, you! Come over here with me. Modeling a few poses, of course. Didn't you say on the boat that Callous and Clementine sounded like great partners? Well, Florent, let's grab some reference shots.
You've got it, boss.
Well, what do you think? Got any ideas? Well, I've actually discussed it a bit with Florent before, but I could never come up with any fresh or original, so I want to pick your brain for a bit, and
I'm all good here, boss. Feel free to start posing whenever.
I got it. Good, then let's try for some happy pose.
A happy pose? You mean something like we were laughing together at a...
Would all that be able to come through with just a...
Would we even be able to tell what they are supposed to be laughing?
Yeah, and that'd probably be a massive pain to sculpt.
Could one of you try striking a pose like... that actually sounds pretty hard to pull off. Forget it, let's try something else.
Oh my god. Discussing, I don't know what they are discussing.
Imposing, huh? Oh, I've got it. Let's try this.
This pose! It makes me recall Spina di Rosula's glorious golden age.
But isn't Clementine's pose a bit too bold and heroic? Was she really that kind of person? If we were to stick with this pose, maybe people would wonder if she was actually the real boss behind the scenes.
Well, tabloids did indeed speculate as much back in the day.
Oh, Paimon was just kidding!
What Florent meant was that we asked the journalist to choose a new alias. You're right, though, that this may not accurately represent the image of her in our hearts. Let's try to come up with something else. By that, do you mean as if we were standing on a boat and looking out at the sea? Sure, let's give that a try.
Whoa, you really remind Paimon of a captain and their first mate!
Look over there, my dear Clementine. As you can see, every tree on that island is dripping with mora.
But there's something off with the composition. This pose makes Mr. Callus look too tall next to the lady.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then let's swap.
Well, Paimon is a fan. A statue like this would look fantastic.
Wait, but we can't do that. Very few people would see the statue if we were to put it on a boat. This statue is meant to be placed in the town.
But then, since we're putting it in the town, the whole point of the pose would be lost.
Oh, okay. We'll try to think of some... We tried a bunch of different ideas, but none of them felt right.
Oh, don't worry. We still got a lot of reference shots out of the set. Man, if I knew I was going to do a photo shoot with the Traveler, I would have prepared a lot of outfits and props ahead of Oh, outfits! Oh, that's the errand I forgot back in the city. Do either of you still remember that girl? The girl I went to see with you two.
Oh, Paimon remembers her. She was the one that we met while investigating Mr. Callus's case, right?
Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. So, after the case, she was finally willing to talk to me. And she told me that she wanted to join the Spina too. I said that it's fine, but young children are not allowed to join the Spina. She will just have to wait a few years, and then we'll welcome her with open arms. Since she's still a child, though, she thought I was just trying to let her down gently. But how could I get her to believe that I meant what I said? In the end, I came up with an idea. I'd have a Spina uniform made and give it to her as a gift. But I got so busy and distracted in the city that I forgot to pick the uniform up.
Don't worry, boss. I can send someone to pick it up right away.
On the matter of the statue, we should still come up with a few more.
We could have just done that from the start. Yeah, you're right. They'll have some value as souvenirs out.
Navia! Florent, guess who's back?
Huh? But...
Oh, well, if it isn't Coulter. Back already from the Fortress of Meripede?
That's right. I finally finished serving my time. After I got out, I immediately made a beeline back to Poisson. You could say that familiar, briny... You wouldn't believe how much I've missed Melissa's grilled fish. I dreamed about it every time I...
It's good to have you back, Coulter.
And this guy is...
Let me introduce you. This is Coulter, another of Spina di Rosula's members. He was found guilty and sentenced to the Fortress of Meripede some time ago. But, looking at it now, it was probably another one of Marcel's plots while he worked at the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Wait, Mr. Marcel? What do you mean? He was involved in some sort of plot?
Have you not heard anything at all about the water from the Primordial Sea case?
Well, I know that Fontaine got flooded, but then the water levels miraculously receded. I thought that was all there was to it and didn't care to ask for any more details. Do you mean Mr. Marcel was somehow involved with all that?
Oh, looks like we'll have to explain everything from the top. That case... a lot of things have happened in Poisson since then. First things first, let me introduce you to these two. They're my most trusted partners, and they've been with me through thick and thin. Now you could call them Spina di Rosula's VIP helpers.
Oh, nice to meet you. I don't recall Navia ever generously complimenting anyone like that before. So you must be pretty amazing to get that from her.
Yeah, amazing. But we've been cool since before we even met.
Humble again as always, I see. Even when I was totally sincere with my praise.
Nice, nice. Spina di Rosula always seems to attract great people. Oh, that reminds me. Where are Malus and Silver? Aren't they always by your side?
We don't talk about
that.
Coulter, a lot of things happened while you were gone. As you can see, even Poisson isn't quite the same as how it was before you left.
Oh, make me a sandwich.
They lost their lives, keeping me safe during the flood.
What did you say? This isn't some kind of morbid welcome home prank, right? You're just scaring me on purpose because I don't know anything about what's happened.
I'm sorry, but it's the truth. They weren't the only people we lost either. Many others, including Melissa, also lost their lives in the disaster.
Malus and Melissa, dead? They're just gone? Malus, I was planning to give him a surprise gift once I ran into him again in town. I can't believe it.
Hey! Keep it together!
Malus and Coulter were friends for many years, and even served on many missions together during the early days of the Spina. I can understand how he feels.
Let's sit down somewhere, so I can tell you everything that has happened while you were gone. Fair warning, there was a lot.
Okay.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
I'll be back.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
I'm back. I don't know what happened there.
All of this, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that those stories were real. It all really happened. Has the world gone mad?
I think you and I both feel the same way about the profound tragedy of Melusa's loss. And the sheer depravity of Marcel's actions.
I thought Mr. Marcel would always stand by the Spina. Everything he had, the Spina gave to him. It's unconscionable to have received all that, and yet still plot to kidnap and dissolve you for his insane research.
The good news is that the Confrérie of Cabriere is no more. Gone with them too is the entire synth manufacturing and distribution network. We finally closed the curtain on that long struggle.
Are you sure? But if Marcel wanted to rebel against us, he probably sent word in secret to Romeu.
Romeu?
Huh. Not a name I've heard before either.
Florent should remember him. You see, there was once a major internal dispute regarding funding the construction of the Aquabus lines. Romeu was the leader of the faction that thought such a vast sum of mora would be better spent improving the town of Poisson. But Mr. Callis believed that an opportunity to collaborate with the Court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute was hard to come by, and would allow us to build many valuable relationships. Not only would the Aquabus be a good business investment, it would also boost our reputation among the general populace, eventually paying us massive dividends down the line. But the two couldn't come to an agreement. Romeu ended up taking a lot of people with him when he left Spino di Rosula altogether, and the split was on extremely bad terms.
Ugh. And with Papa's stubbornness, I can definitely imagine how it must have gone down.
And of course, when he was suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous injustice, those relationships that he spent a fortune to build didn't help in the least.
Yeah. You could say it was the price he paid for sticking to his beliefs.
Oh, that's a good point. If Callis was really as stubborn as you say, then wouldn't he have argued with the rank and file all the time?
Oh yeah. It eventually became a thing that just happened on every day that ended with Y. But Navia, Boss, you might not know this, but he wasn't always like that. He used to be a lot better with taking counsel. With him listening to our advice, and Ms. Clementine also frequently on our side, it was pretty smooth sailing for a good many years. But on the matter of the Aquabus, even Ms. Clementine completely stood by Mr. Callis' side.
Huh. I never knew. But from my perspective, Romeu's position had a lot going for it. Couldn't they have sat down and talked it out?
I think the Aquabus was just the straw that broke the camel's back. On that topic, they eventually came to a rather radical conclusion. They believed that Miss Clementine lost her ability to serve as an impartial mediator when she became pregnant with Callus's child.
So, they thought she had betrayed them? But that doesn't make any sense. Before she was their mediator, my mother was also her own person, and a member of the Spina. She should have the right to take any side she wished.
Yeah, but to them, even taking a side was betrayal enough. They felt like their voices could no longer be heard once their sole mediator had gone over to the other side. Of course, Ms. Clementine then passed away, and Mr. Callis began to regard the completion of the Aquabus project as her final wish. With that, the last hope of reconciliation was gone.
So that's what happened.
From that point on, Romeu and his people cut ties with the Spina, and never gave us any kind of professional or personal courtesy ever again. Perhaps they've regarded us as enemies ever since they left. But even so, there is still no proof that they ever acted in concert with Marcel.
I've also heard that they aren't in a good financial position, so they've been lying low for a while. But as long as they exist, they'll continue to be a threat.
Huh. I think Coulter's got a point.
Both Marcel and Romeo had my father in their sights for a very long time. Even though Marcel's faction has been dissolved, we still don't know anything about Romeo's whereabouts. If they're still trying to get revenge on us, with how distracted and vulnerable we are, now would be the best time.
Good thinking, boss. We should keep an eye on them at all times. I'll let my men know right away.
Thank you for that, Florent. And Coulter, thank you for telling me about this as well.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Do you have a moment right now? How about we go out for a walk? I've heard so many incredulous things today. I'm finding it a bit hard to calm down even now. I mean, to think that I'll just never see them again.
In that case, why don't we go back to the court? I can pick up Adele's uniform while we're there as well. It'll save Laurent's guys a trip. Want to come with me again, you two? You don't mind.
Of course.
Then let's go! Paimon feels like a lot's hinging on this visit.
We really are the best of partners. Come on, let's go.
Are we not taking the boat this time?
It's nice to walk from time to time, isn't it? Think of it as something like a hiking trip. Once we're there, we can stay a few days before we return.
Sounds good. I haven't walked this road in a long time.
walked far enough for now. Let's take a break. Since we're out for a walk, we shouldn't stress too much about the destination.
I've grown old, so I'm not as fit as before.
Well, Paimon thinks you're doing great. We didn't have to
Back in the days before Malus and I must have traveled this way hundreds of times. When we were tired, we would lay down for a while on the grass, and when we were hungry, The Spina was still on the rise back then. Mr. Callus was generous, and everyone had the chance to strike it rich. So, of course, we all worked really hard. And now, in the blink of an eye, the Aquabus lines have been built, and this road has fallen into disuse. Oh, I know.
Then let's stay here a bit longer. Anyone want snacks?
Oh, is this another chance to try some of Navia's macarons?
Yep, I figured you wouldn't say no to a... Oh, wait. Let me check if I have all the ingredients. Okay, the stove's looking good. Seems like we're all out of flour and sugar. The two most important ingredients of all. Oh, would you?
We should contribute to make...
Oh, that's great.
Then I'll go look for...
Great. Then... Ah, how did it go? You've all done your part. Just leave the rest to me.
Whoa, these macarons look and taste magnificent! Your cooking is as good as ever, Navia.
Boss's baking skills have always been famous.
Oh, it's just a hobby.
Have you two seriously never considered joining us? You're so close to the boss, and she obviously trusts you with all her heart, so... I see. Is that why you have to always stay on the road?
You just happened to walk in on our little reunion. It's actually been quite a while since we last spent time together. Adventurers never stay in one place for long. The name of Spina di Rosula would just tie them down. Besides, after everything we've been through together, I'm sure our hearts would remain intertwined even if we found ourselves on opposite sides of the world.
Even if Paimon was far beyond the horizon, she'd still remember the delicious taste of Navia's macaron.
I understand now. Then I am very lucky. I will endeavor to make the most of this.
We've got no wine with us, but let's still toast with water.
Cheers! Hey, what are you doing? Quick!
May your travels go smoothly. May the Spina... give, you receive. All set? Let's move out then. I asked some old acquaintances in town to make Adele's uniform, so we should be able to pick it up right away. Hey there, Ludovine. How's business lately?
The Demoiselle of Spina de Rosula. I must say, your generous patronage is the one thing keeping me from going bankrupt.
Nonsense. We all know what a talented businesswoman you are. No, and don't forget, she's the boss now.
My mistake, my mistake. I just got so used to calling her Demoiselle. Are you here for the uniform?
Yep. I forgot to drop by earlier when I was running errands around here.
I didn't expect Demoiselle to come and pick it up in person. It's just a uniform after all.
Navia's always liked to take you.
Hey, that's not the only reason I'm here. There are few things more up.
Boss has got a point. Going on a trip with friends is always better than staying cooped up at home.
Very well. Please, wait here while I...
Can someone remind Paimon again why Adele wants to join the Spina?
She hasn't given me any concrete reasons. All she says is that she really looks up to me. After we cleared her father's name, she became a lot more cheerful and outgoing. She said she used to be terrified of Papa. But the Spina is very different. Yeah, she said that she was...
From the sound of...
I think so too. But for now, let's focus on giving her a great atmosphere to grow and thrive. She can commit to us once she's older, and can really make that decision for herself.
Is something up, Traveler? Huh? Tailing? Oh, Paimon's coming.
I'll go check it out too. Coulter, please hold on to this for me.
All right.
Paimon saw them too! They headed up!
Stop right there!
We knew you were going to be difficult!
Seems like if we want them to talk, we're gonna need to teach them a...
Brothers, there's no need to skulk in the dark anymore.
Now, talk. Who are you? And why were you tailing us?
Don't think we'll let you off easy if you keep silent.
How did it go, boss? Are any of you hurt?
If you thought they stood any chance against us, you were sorely mistaken. Anyway, stop playing tough and start talking. There won't...
We're looking to get vengeance on Spina di Rosula. We were discovered, and can't beat you in a fight. We admit it. We lost.
Get revenge? Wait, you're not Romeu's followers, are you?
You actually know that name? But if you do, then surely you should understand why we hate you so much!
Indeed. You haven't got the faintest hope of winning right now.
We were out drinking when we saw Navia. We got so angry we decided to follow you guys and look for an opportunity to really mess up your day. Too bad you guys messed up ours first. Huh? You're pretty sharp, but so what? We didn't do anything. And now it should be pretty obvious that we can't do anything to you anyway. Seeing you like that just really ticked us off. And we let the drink go to our heads.
Listen, Callus is long dead. No matter what happened in the past, I want to be able to start things anew. I am the current president of Spina di Rosula. If your boss wants to talk with me, I'd be happy to meet with him. I won't press charges for your attack. That should also help demonstrate my sincerity.
I understand. Thank you. I'll let our boss know.
But if you so much as think about pulling something like this again, I won't be so lenient next time. Understood?
All right. We get it. Come on, let's go.
Are you sure it's okay to just let them go like that, Navia?
I don't want to inherit my father's grudges, too. Moreover, when it comes to the Aquabus, I don't think what my father did was entirely correct either. If the other side is willing to talk, I'm happy to open the door for a reconciliation. Opportunities for new beginnings are all around us.
I support Boss's decision as well. The concept of an eye for an eye is a primitive practice that has no place in today's Spina di Rosula.
Yes. Plus, I still think we should keep an eye out for Romeo's folks, though. Then we could still have a—
Yeah, those guys
I'd rather things—
Yep, that's how I feel. It's getting late already. I'll also ask someone to—
Do we have to stick?
Sorry, that's just what happens when you live near water and don't get much sunlight. We can still go out in the evening for—
Huh. Coming back here really does feel like this place is starting to grow on Paimon. If you think about it, it would be kind of weird if the Spina's base at the court was some super luxurious building like the Palais Mermonia.
Totally. Right on the money, Paimon. Although, of course, with the continued growth of the Spina, Papa wanted Poisson to eventually grow into a metropolis, not unlike the court. He was a very ambitious man, who rarely looked behind or beneath him. For better or worse, that always made him stand out from the crowd.
And that's also why people hated him just as much as they loved him.
All right. Why don't you go wait for me at the restaurant? I'll go do some prep, and I'll get someone to tidy up your room while I'm at it. You can use the same room as last time. You still remember the room number, yeah?
Yep. Kinda hard to forget when there are only so many rooms here after all.
Oh, Did I just hear someone taking a dig at Fleuve Cendre? I'll tell my guys to stuff your pillows full of actual seaweed right now.
Oh, Paimon's sorry! Please have mercy, Navia. If you do that, then Paimon really won't be able to sleep at all.
I was just kidding. Be on your way now.
Guess I'm finally on the right path. No problem's too big to solve. It's taking him so long.
Hello? Are you asleep yet? Oh, no, not at all. I just figured that since we don't get to enjoy nights like these very often, we should try to enjoy it to the fullest. Wanna go fishing? I've got some rods and lures ready.
Oh, so that's the prep you were talking about.
Hopefully I didn't wake you or anything. Don't worry, you don't have to do any actual fishing if you're too tired. Just think of it as keeping me company. How does that sound? Okay, let's go. What's the problem? Lots of people in Poisson use rods like these.
But shouldn't fishing be all about, you know, attentively watching the float and then excitedly reeling in the catch when you finally hook something?
Well, that's one way to enjoy fishing. What do you think, Traveler? That's how I feel as well. To me, I'm happy as long as I catch some fish.
Honestly, Paimon's mainly shocked at how much energy you still have at this hour. Usually by this time of night, it's a struggle for Paimon to even keep her eyes open.
Huh. It might just be something that runs in my family.
That's a thing?
I'm sure you'd get even sleepier if I delved more deeply into it. Anyway, my father always had a lot of unrealistic expectations for me. But the more that he tried to get me to become like him, the less I wanted to listen to what he had to say. My mother never had those kinds of expectations, though. I've heard that she had only one wish for me, which was that I would have a happy and secure childhood. All the members of the Spina greatly respected her wish, so no matter what I did as a child, they were happy to humor me. Can you imagine? Whenever my father wanted to scold me for something I'd done, everyone would form up into 2 rows and just stand silently and listen to him rant. Malus and Silver were always there too. No matter what Papa yelled, nobody else would say a word. Eventually, Papa must have recognized scolding me over trivial matters was pointless, because he eventually stopped getting on my case so often.
Paimon would have never guessed.
Yeah. Looking back on it now as an adult, I can hardly believe how patient and kind everyone was. When I was young, I often thought that I could do whatever I wanted, because there'd always be someone there to clean up after me. But once, I saw Malus come back wounded. He wouldn't tell me how he'd been injured, but I could tell it had something to do with me. I learned then that there's always a cost to making a mistake. The more you care about those around you, the more you should care about doing the right thing to the best of your abilities. Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences. And, sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. I wasn't planning to talk about sad things tonight. Basically, I was just saying that the nurturing atmosphere of the Spina must have been my mother's legacy, rather than my father's. And if that's the only way that I can continue to feel her love, then I'd like to pass that warmth on.
Is that why you let those guys go today?
Mm-hmm. Although, maybe there's a part of not wanting to repeat the mistakes of the past. Hey, look! I think you've got something on the line!
But why isn't the rod on?
Oh, there must be something wrong with how I installed the... We can't let it get away. Come on, you two.
You want Paimon to help too? You didn't attach a hook to your line?
Stop wasting time! The boss ain't gonna wait all day! We'll go ahead with the operation tomorrow. Do with
Well, your rod was...
Well,
missing parts, you...
All right. Mm-hmm. Ah, so how was that?
Paimon dreamt that she danced with the sea star.
Huh.
I didn't know you had such a great sense of humor.
See? This guy gets it!
Anyway,
Paimon hopes she'll really
I hope so too. Adele, we're back! We brought you a gift from the court, too.
Whoa! Thank you so much!
Don't call her boss, okay, Adele? Just Miss Navia would...
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind. Besides the gift, I've also...
It's been a while!
Oh, it's you two. It has been a while indeed. Thank you so much for your help on Jacques' case. I've heard that you also helped save all of Fontaine. You're truly just like the great heroes of legend.
You're really amazing! And if Miss Navia's your friend, then she must be super amazing too! What's in this thing? Can I look?
Of course. Go ahead.
It's a Spina di Rosula uniform! Is it for me? But isn't it a bit big?
Well, it's a gift for future you. When you first told me that you were interested in joining the Spina, I was overjoyed. But it's the Spina's responsibility to protect everyone as well. Being a member means becoming involved in all kinds of dangerous situations. And since you're still young, I don't want your mom to have to worry about your safety. So, I turned you down then by telling you that you'll have to wait until you're older. But this uniform is a promise that you can join us once you're old enough to wear it.
Oh, so that's it! Well, thank you so much, Miss Navia. I'll work hard and grow up as fast as I can.
But you can't really grow up faster by working hard. You've got to be patient.
Everyone, I'm really grateful that you remembered my daughter's wish and took it seriously. Thanks to the protection of the Spina, even though...
Oh, it's the least...
Boss!
Huh? Is something up, Florent?
I've got something urgent to report. Romeu and his folks have gathered outside Poisson and even shipped in a huge pile of explosives!
What?
It seems like they've been planning, but Romeu and his folks, we investigated their tracks and...
They have smartened up.
Seems like they've got no interest in sitting down and talking at all. We should have gone straight to the Maison Gardiennage.
Sorry,
On the hill to the east of Poisson, near the Clementine...
They want to blow up the Clementine line?
Certainly sounds like it.
Romeo and his followers hate the Spina. If they manage to blow up the Aquabus line, all that rubble will come crashing down the hill and straight into Poisson.
Are they insane? There's tons of innocent people in Poisson!
Yeah. If they've been planning this for 8, we have to issue an...
Let's get everyone onto our ship. That's...
My dear partner, if the explosives do go off, not only would the people of Poisson be in danger, any aquabuses using the line would plummet to the ground. Let's stop their insanity first, then settle the score with them.
Leave it to us, Navia.
Let's go, you two. We've got to act fast. Miss Coralie, please take Adele to the ship.
Watch out, boss! What do you think you're doing, Coulter?
I thought all the annoying little hindrances had left, but I...
You mean this was all a trick? Oh.
Not quite. Though I share their position, and that's because out of the entire Spina di Rosula, I only hate you. Oh,
you better stick close to me.
Romeo promised me that he would leave Poisson alone if I could just take you out. But it was like you were glued at the hip to that. Romeo has lost his...
Why?
Only someone... You never saw the heyday of Spina di Rosula, but I saw it all with my own... And it was all because of you, Navia. Clementine died because of you. Callus...
So the shock and grief you showed us before, that was in Act 2?
Now you're catching on. Did you know, down there in that blasted fortress, back then because of that aquabus, the years passed by, but then he died. And it was because of you again, Navia. It's always because of you. I once loved the Spina and...
Don't listen to him, boss! He's...
Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered that maybe you only get respect because you're... Have you ever considered that? Maybe people don't stay in Poisson because of you...
Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences. Yeah, looking back on it now, but... Is that really...
Shut your mouth! I don't know how to explain it, but I like her, and...
I'm sure Mr. Malus would be extremely You've somehow managed to pin the blame for every mistake and tragedy in our history on the boss herself!
Get out of the way, Florent!
You're gonna boss! There's no time for...
Maybe you think you're being the realist, but the love that I felt from and even now...
Hey there! Hey there! Cha! Ah! Attack! That's the way.
Where'd that come from? Laurent, if you find any of Coulter's accomplices, subdue them quickly. I can't allow my partner to face the danger of—
Got it, boss. I'm on it. Are you okay, Navia?
I don't know.
Let's hurry up there. We have to... If they're gonna blow up the waterway, they must have planted the
laid bare. This is where you fall. Transfixed.
Hey! Cut to the chase. Hey! They certainly brought a lot of muscle. They're really slowing us down. But if we're meeting resistance, we must be heading in the right direction. Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Speed of light. These must be the explosives, right? And this is the control mechanism. Oh, Paimon's too scared to touch any of this stuff. Huh? There's a strangely shaped hole here. What is it for? Oh, that certainly sounds possible. Okay, you take this side, Paimon will take the other. Oh, you found it! That's amazing! That should do it, right? Navi and Florent should be able to relax now. Oh, you're right. They're gonna bury Poisson!
Great work, partner. Just leave the rest to me.
Watch out, Navia! You can't block them all!
Block? I'm doing this the Spina way.
I heard from Thierry that even they're your enemies now. They were once a part of Spina di Rosula. Do you plan to settle this privately with them?
I have nothing more to say to them. Regardless of whether their hatred and anger towards me or the Spina was justified, anyone who's willing to endanger innocent civilians is no longer sane enough to even be worth trying to talk to. Please prosecute them in accordance to the law. Spina di Rosula will not raise any objections.
Sounds good. We're very appreciative of your help. Without it, the consequences would have been far worse. All right, this operation is a wrap. Take him away.
We won, Navia! We saved everyone!
Yeah. Luckily, we were just in time.
It's probably because I expended too much elemental energy at once. I'll be fine.
But you usually glow up whenever other people come.
Boss, we managed to catch all the infiltrators in the town. Seems like Romeo really went all in on this mission.
Got it. That's good at least. Coulter, I can understand how you feel. The things that we lost. I am not callous. And I will also never become him. But I will not change how I feel about our future. I will spend more of what the Spina, so that one day, the people of Poisson will enjoy the boons it brings.
I know what you're trying to say. Mr. Callus would never have said anything like that. There are too many things in life that are just beyond.
Henceforth, you are no longer a member of Spina di Rosula. But once you're discharged from the fortress again, you're welcome to pay another visit to Poisson.
Thank you, Nav.
As I thought. Boss really is a kind and gentle...
She is also, I must say, a truly unlucky person. Thank you for protecting the Clement. I was actually really scared, you know. I mean, even the Callus... I was actually really scared, you know. I mean, if I'd lost the Clementine line too, I wouldn't know how to live with myself. If I'd lost the Clement... A name is a way to etch a memory onto the world. Losing the line that bears her name, that I can see every day, would be like losing my mother all over again. Seeing it still standing there, tall and proud, it makes me really happy.
What happened while we were gone? Honestly, you look more upset than tired or anything.
Just give her some time.
Thank you so much. Can you give me a hand? I really don't have much strength left. Traveler, I want to ask you something. And please, tell me the truth. Do you really see me as your partner?
Of course.
That's good then. Hearing that, it brings me more relief than I can say. I feel quite a bit better, but I should probably still rest for a few more days. Sorry, partner. I said some weird things earlier. Feel free to just ignore me. I used to think that I'd never... Coulter mentioned my... Do you think... they ever regretted the choices they made?
Don't think like that, Navia. You've already done more than enough. No matter what others think, we'll always support you to the...
Well, since it's ended up like this, I suppose it's time for me to make a confession as well. There's something that I've been keeping from you as well, boss. Please, follow me.
Florent, I hope you can understand that I can't deal with any more shocking revel-
Don't worry. This surprise will be a pleasant one.
Why is everyone gathered here? And what's this?
This was supposed to be a gift to you from everyone in the town. We were originally planning to show it to you once it was finished. But special times call for special measures.
Do I really look that—
Well, if you're ready, I'll unveil the present.
This is Papa, Mother, and me.
We designed the look for Miss Clementine based on old camera records, as well as personal recollections from members of the Spina.
Wow! This is the statue you mentioned before?
It is indeed. To be honest, we decided on the design a long time ago, and gave the sculptor permission to begin working. We only asked Boss to decide on a design so she wouldn't realize we had already started.
How could we only have statues of Mr. Callus and Mrs. Clementine?
Even though Boss is still young, we've all seen—
We wanted to commemorate her contributions with a statue as well.
I don't know what Spina di Rosula was like in the past, but I know it's a great organization now.
With Navia around, we're not worried about this place's future.
We are gathered here today to tell our boss that we support you and believe in you wholeheartedly. I believe everyone is here for you, not the glory days.
That's what we believe as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. Then I'll be brave and just accept everyone's support for what it is. This really is quite the surprise. I never thought that I'd have the chance to stand next to my mother. Not even in my wildest dreams. It seems like I started to question myself a bit too much. I'll pick myself up again and become a more reliable president for all of you. Looking back on it, I am honestly embarrassed by how I acted earlier. Oh, whoa. Why'd you have to remind me? Please don't say that again. It's super embarrassing. Oh, forget it now. Okay, but please keep it a secret between us from now on. Please.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Hey!
You give, you receive.
I don't sense any nightmares around here.
Sweet dreams!
Turn that frown upside down.
What a nice find.
Just what will we come across this time?
is this Cut to the chase. Speed of light. Huh? Incoming. Hey! Light of the blazing sun! Speed of light. With sword from shadow. Yes. That's everything. On to the next. La da 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 da.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
Oh. What happened now?
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
everyone is working super hard. We should be too. Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Right.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it. Don't worry. Snowfall on this scale is no impediment. We can keep moving. Blink! Incoming! Cut to the chase! Don't blink! Speed of light! Don't blink!
Keep this close. Is this an answer from this world?
faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
of light.
Loaded.
Incoming. I'll be fine. Don't blink. Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
Time to test the bomb. Into the shadows.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned. Don't blink! Hey! Nowhere to hide. Speed of light! Incoming. Got lucky that time.
Ready. Enough.
A reward on the road.
Light it up.
That's close enough.
That's close enough.
Happy to oblige. Pyroclastic surge!
I'll be back.
Something to add to my collection. Hip. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Hey, not a bad haul. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
with the sun! Incinerate! Try and stop me! Light it up! Rise with the sun! Hey, not a bad haul. Incinerate! Hip. Hup. Burn it down! Light of the blazing sun!
With sword comes shadow. Don't blink! Hey!
I will have order.
Hit! Speed of light!
Pyroclastic surge! Burn it down!
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Full throttle! Incinerate! Light of the blazing sun!
Solidify! Gather!
Rise with the sun!
Cut to the chase. Incoming. Hey!
You give, you receive.
Speed of light.
Pyroclastic surge!
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Don't be scared!
Phew.
Stabilize.
Where are you?
This is order.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink! Hey! Out of my sight belongs to ice and snow.
something to add to my collection.
I'll keep this close.
Time to go to work. You are not welcome here.
Speed of light!
That's close enough. Gambler.
Don't blink!
You are not welcome here.
Pyroclastic surge!
How? Regret.
You give, you receive. thing, on to the next. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. Incoming. Hey! Yeah. Don't blink. Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
Quake!
Incoming. Cut to the chase. Hey! Speed of light! With sword comes shadow. Don't blink! Hey!
Quake! Solidify!
Speed of light! Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Light it up! Incinerate! The rewards of an adventure worth remembering. rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Burn it down! Light of the blazing sun!
Something to add to my collection.
Incoming!
So close, so close! Stay cool! Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already! Speed of light!
Stabilize! Yeah.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
I will have order. Stabilize.
By royal decree, Midnight Phantasmagoria.
No rest for the wicked.
I summon thee.
No rest for the wicked.
I summon.
Chip crumble.
Wrath from the sky!
recon reporting for battle.
Light it up! Try and stop me!
Hip. Hup. Hip. Hip.
Burn it down!
Phew.
How regretful. Gather. Solidify. Rise.
I'll lead the way. Don't be scared. Trainee Forest Ranger Kale, reporting. often when you're out in the wild.
Something's come up?
Incoming! Hey! Huh. Cut to the chase. Speed of light.
Rise with the sun! Burn it down! Light of the blazing sun! Light it up!
With sword comes shadow.
Wrath from the sky!
Something to add to my collection.
Rise!
Don't blink!
You give, you receive. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Is this an answer from this world?
Incoming!
Hey!
You give, you receive.
Happy to oblige.
Stabilize! Order guide you.
give, you receive. Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. That's everything. On to the next. Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Light of the blazing sun.
I will have order.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Quake!
Something to add to my collection.
Pyroclastic surge!
You called?
Is it time for our session?
Sweet dreams!
Yeah!
Rise with the sun! Full throttle!
Something to add to my collection. it down! Wrath from the skies! Full throttle! Sand is the natural enemy of fire and civilization. In the desert, ruins are all that remain to tell the story of the past. Hip. Rise with the sun! Full throttle!
Sometimes the best medicine is a little extra more in your pocket.
Burn it down!
New punching bag.
Incinerate!
I'll ensure your safety. It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the wild.
Order guide you. Gather!
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
That's close enough.
New punching bag.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
That's close enough.
Rev the engines! Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate!
Try this on your side.
A reward on the road.
This is order. Rise!
Can't run from death.
Crumble!
Put your best into it.
Order guide you.
This is trouble.
Wrath from the sky!
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
That's close enough.
Rise with the sun! Burn it down! Light it up!
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Conquering demons is what I do.
You can tell me anything.
Oh, tricky patient.
like a lamb to the slaughter.
Pyroclastic surge!
Something to add to my collection.
Burn it down!
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Would you care to sit down and enjoy? If you ever have... Huh?